everybody today. Thank you for joining. It is Monday here in Australia, Sunday evening for everybody else. And it's Monday. What can I say? It's Monday. So I'm actually glad that I'm reading today. We are here to be reading Order of the Phoenix. We are up to chapter 21. The top of chapter 21 because I'm a chapter ahead because I was naughty. I went too far.
You have to sit the first sprint out. Just kidding.
I'll put it in the naughty corner. So we are going to the top of. I didn't look before I come
on. 27.
Okay, cool. So I've only got 5 chapters. And what are you reading afterwards, Coda?
I'm probably going to pick a little life back up, but I might try the Infamous arc. So I haven't decided yet. I did pick up the Infamous arc earlier during, I don't remember whose sprints it was. I think it was Katie's sprints, and I fell right asleep. So
how much have you got to go?
Good.
How much have you got to go?
I'm at like 70%, and it tells me I have like over 2 hours. And I'm just like, I just need to power through it.
Yeah, maybe you should pick that up today and just get it done.
I marked like 2 or 3 errors in the time it took me to fall asleep.
Oh my God.
I think it was just the span of like
maybe you should just do yourself a favor and review the book now, give it its star rating, and then send him a message and go, dude, you need to edit this before it publishes. Because when does it publish?
I think it's in the 4th or something like that.
Oh yeah, because you really need to get it to him.
I intended to send him feedback sooner, but I mean, I didn't tell him that explicitly or anything. I didn't make any promises, but I had thought, I'll finish this beginning of the month. He'll have a month. Yeah, I just need to make it a priority and get it.
Yeah, sometimes you got to push through. Sometimes you got to push through, like me with Hangman the other day.
So I guess we've decided that's what I'll do. Is I will read on that after Harry Potter.
Yeah, I reckon if you read that. Yeah, if you read that, get that out of the way, then you can reward yourself with a little life, something you want to read.
Reward myself with a little life.
I mean, it's the only damn book you got going on, and it's not a great book either, but...
I mean, after reading, maybe, but after editing, I might have to reward myself with TV.
Yeah, that's a good point. So once I'm finished today, I will be starting 8 Lives of a Century-Old Trickster by Marianne Lee. It's nothing really exciting. It's on my Oasis, which is still working.
It's more exciting than my arc.
Yeah, well, I don't know yet. I'll have to wait and ask Chris because I think Chris has read this one. And really, I think Chris said that they really liked it. So, but it's quite interesting because on the front it has 8 lives of a century-old trickster, slave, escape artist, murderer, terrorist, spy, lover, mother. So this is, I think this, I know, right? I think this is the one that is like the short story collection that everybody says it, but it's not. It's a novel, but it's people thought it was a short story collection. Like I heard a couple of people say that, and there was a little bit of why is it on the list talk and all that sort of stuff.
They make a complete story, right? Or they interconnect or something. Yeah.
From what I can gather from the synopsis, they do make a complete. So it's basically, correct me if I'm wrong, Chris. It's a person telling a child or a relative their life story. So
that's interesting.
Yeah. So it sounds very interesting to me. That's all I really know. Here we go. Chris has already weighed in on the conversation. Sorry, I just blocked you out there, Coda. We'll just have you looking over. I really like it. century-old trickster, my fave one so far, although the sexual and physical violence is extreme, so prepare yourself. That's fine. Like every book I've read so far has had something in it. I've already prepared myself for that. So yeah. So I'm actually, this one I'm reading with my eyeballs because it's not available on audio anywhere. And Then She Fell is available on audio in the United States, not here in Australia.
Okay.
So, yeah.
That's the one with the cool cover.
Yeah, that's
from the tree or whatever.
Yeah, that one. Except it's a white cover in the US, not a blue cover.
Oh, I'll have to look it up. That's
because when I went on to because I put the books, if anybody's looking for the books that I'm reading, they are underneath the vlog videos on the channel, so you'll be able to find them there. So yeah, the Kindle one was the blue one, and then the actual paperback was a white cover.
I just have the blue one on the US Amazon.
Oh, okay.
It's black with the blue trees, and then
yeah. Okay, maybe they've changed it now because when I originally looked, it was white.
Well, I like that cover.
Mm-hmm. So that's what I'm planning to do today. I do have other things that I have to do and to prepare for the week. I've got stuff I've got to cut out, but I'm going to do that a bit later because I'll probably only get 2 or 3 hours into this. I don't even know how many pages it is or anything like that, so I'm just going to get into it. And yeah, all right, so let's have a look and see who is joining us today. We have Jean in the comments. Hello. Gonna go and grab yum, chai latte.
No,
I might have a chai latte later. That sounds good.
I would have to have it delivered, and that just sounds silly. To pay that much for a chai latte.
I get these little satchels.
About it, actually.
In the next sprint or the next chatty bit, we'll be a chai latte in Coda's hand.
If we come back and I have a Starbucks, y'all will know that I have no self-control.
I was so happy this morning. I found my Samsung headphones. They've been missing for months.
Are they the?
No, not those ones because they won't connect to my computer. That I do have those ones, but I found my little ones for the microphone so I can hear properly now. And I'm guessing you probably can hear me okay too because there's been no complaints.
I can hear you pretty well.
Yeah. So yeah, and they sit better in my ear. They don't fall out all the time because they're the odd shape ones. They've got that. So they sort of, hang on, let me bring this one up. I don't know if you can see. They have that sort of shape. Okay. So they're not rounded. They actually sit into my ear canal a lot better. So hello, Chris. How are you? Thanks for joining. Melissa is also here. Yeah, that's fine. Is also here as well. Sadia is also joining us. Thank you, everybody, for joining. I really appreciate you being here. Hey there. How you going? I see that you have a BookTube birthday coming up this week. Yes, on Friday. Friday Sprints is a birthday sprints. So I have no idea who's going to be popping in or popping out or dropping in for a sprint or two or whatever. But yeah, basically we'll see some of our favorites popping in and out in the comments as well as on screen. So yeah, it's going to be fun doing a 12-hour one. I haven't changed the title yet, but anyway. Of Butterfly and Books, reading Master of Crows by Grace Draven, a fantasy retelling of Beauty and the Beast. Nice. While listening to an arc, Dead Girls Walking by Sammy Ellis. Awesome. Sounds like a bit of a thriller one, that last one. Sarah's also here. Hello, how are you? I finished the last 45 minutes of Exit Strategy in Murderbot Diaries. Awesome. Before it hits 7 p.m. So I'll be joining the chat and reading along then. Awesome. Thank you for joining. Hey, Chrissy, how you going? Up to chapter 23, Harry Potter. First time I've been ahead. I'm not sure I can stop. It's getting really good. Yeah, evidently I have the same problem because I've gone ahead too. I'm at 22. So yeah. Monica is also here as well, feeling very average today. Oh no, hoping to feel better later today, but I hope you're all doing well. As always, lurking till after work. We'll be here for a while. So yeah. Have you changed your time yet, Monica? Are you still on daylight savings time? I have no idea what time's happening. Because I don't have to worry about it, so I have no idea where it's finishing or anything. It's like,
Where's
whatever.
Monica?
In New Zealand. So
I have no idea.
during summer, Monica is 3 hours ahead of me, and then when it goes back to normal time, they're only 2 hours ahead. So yeah. Anne is watching Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. Oh my god, I have not watched that movie forever.
It's been a long time.
It was a good movie though. Working on diamond painting and eating pizza. Awesome. A little life does not sound like a reward. No, it doesn't, does it? But if that's
I
what
mean,
you're
a little
reading,
reward.
it's like, ugh.
Well, the arc is not a reward either.
I actually had an author follow me the other day from one of the Listen Mama author actually followed me the other day on all my socials and sent me a message and thanked me for the very nice review that I left. I'm like, oh, that's nice. I don't know how I feel about this. How many authors are watching me?
I need to finish this book because it's probably going to take me 2 days to write the review and set the list of errors out. Just because it'll take me just to figure out how to give constructive feedback without being a bitch.
So what are you doing? Are you just going to email the author or are you doing it through NetGalley?
Through NetGalley. I'll just do it through NetGalley. You know how they give you the second screen for notes to the publisher?
Yeah.
I figure he'll get it on that screen. I'm just not going to put it in I won't put all the errors in the main review that goes out for everybody to read. I'll put it in the publisher notes.
Yeah. That's fair enough.
And then I'll just be honest without being mean somehow.
Yeah. Well, good luck. May the force be with you.
Only I could smile in my review.
Can you attach pictures?
Send a picture of me. This is me reading the book. But this is me leaving the review.
So, did he execute his story okay?
Bro. Okay, so like it wasn't even that bad for like the first 60%.
Yeah.
And then I think I told you like the earthquake happened in Washington, which they happen, but it caused a tsunami in Washington, which can happen. But all the ones that have happened in the past were waves from like Japan or somewhere across the ocean. They didn't happen from earthquakes in Washington. It's just, and now he's running around in the aftermath.
Oh.
And it's
so did the earthquake happen off the coast of Washington?
No, it happened there. What's funny is when it hit, the characters were like, this is it. Like they were all prepared. And I'm just like, it just went like really far fetched. It started out being about this guy who had trauma and
did someone maybe take drugs and went on a bit of a trip themselves?
It just got far fetched. And it was I was already having trouble as a reader believing that his life was as horrible as he thought it was.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it makes me sound like a bitch, but just I felt like he was a whiny character.
Fair enough.
I feel like he's still alive.
It's not dead yet. Whatever coronary when he gets this list of edits though.
He's a car crash survivor who was bullied at school, and
Mhm.
now he's in an earthquake tsunami scenario. I'm just like, this guy has the worst fucking luck, man.
That's funny. Marie says, "Hi, friends. It's always nice to sprint with you. Thank you. I'm just starting the Witches of Moonshine Manor today. Awesome. Is that cozy? Sounds like a bit of a cozy. Switching between Traces of Sun and Then She Fell. Well, there's some books.
What's the Traces of Sun about?
Oh, you'll have to watch my vlog. That was one that just went up.
Is it the volume 2?
Yep.
I haven't
Yep.
watched it yet. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's in there. So I'll leave that for you. And Hangman was funny. Chris enjoyed
my
my.
while I'm at work because I can put this on and listen to you guys while I'm working.
Chris's comment under it was, "I liked your journey through the Hangman book." It's like so bad. This is where we're up to there. We'll be reading 5th season. Awesome. I don't know why, but this keeps. Oh no, it's not. It's a different one. I've just seen I thought it duplicated again. Is divided up into stories, but they're all connected to the trickster and the characters connected to her, trying to be vague. We did well because I didn't get anything from that. Hello, Book Hermit. Thank you for joining and just popping in to hit the like button and then heading off to bed. No worries.
It's Laura's birthday today, Nicole.
Oh, happy birthday. Happy birthday. I did not know that it was your birthday. We're going to bed. So did you do anything special for your birthday or did you just read?
I think
it's on.
You have to tell us about it, Laura.
Yeah. It's on HBO Max. Chitty Bang Bang. 7th of April. So still a couple of weeks left of daylight saving. We are definitely getting those darker mornings now. Yeah, it's been dark here too. So yeah. I'm curious to what you will think about Blue Beautiful World. I will let you know in the next chatty bit where I'm up to, because I think this week I'm reading Night Bloom, 8 Lives, and Sailor Soldier is what I'm reading this week. So
I just love the title. It makes me want to read that book. The Blue Beautiful World.
Have you seen the cover?
I know, but I'll go look at it.
Yeah, it's really pretty. The cover's really pretty. Like it would be something that would stand out in a bookstore for sure. That, like, I would pick it up just on the cover alone. We'll see if I like it or not.
I did see the cover. I put it on my list.
Okay.
All 3 of her books have covers like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because it's the same world, but 3 separate novels. So, yeah. Cool. And I think Then She Fell might be my kind of book. It's early days yet. It was all right. Like, it wasn't my favorite. But like the when I was in the Kindle, like it just got towards the end, the layout just all changed. That it was like newspaper clippings and all that, but there was no indication that it was a newspaper clipping. It's just what it looked like to me, and the rest of the stories around it were missing. It was just that bit. And then there was like borders put in and fancy stuff and all the rest of it, and it was quite odd. Like it went from a novel to that, and I'm like, what the hell is going on? But it was fine. Like the story was fine and everything like that. Like thinking, like she could very well, if the author was drawing off her experience, she could have very well turned this into a nonfiction book. That for sure.
I remember you talking about that one.
Yeah. Is the author aware that the comments are coming?
I mean, he's probably aware that it's an option for me to give comments, right? I don't know how many people got copies of this book. And I haven't checked recently, but the last time I looked on Goodreads, only one person had left a review, and I think it was probably somebody he knows.
Because it was a 5-star review.
it was a 5-star review, and it just doesn't sound like they read it.
Mm.
It's it sounds like maybe they read pieces of it, but
There was a who was I watching the other day? Someone was saying that apparently there are reviewers out there that just are reviewing it like a piece of the books. That NetGalley just gives them a little section of the book, not the whole book, and they're
maybe this guy Israel. So the guy who reviewed it is like reviews a lot of books, I guess. So maybe he really really liked it, or maybe some people that doesn't bother them, but when there are typos in a book, I can get around them if there's one here or one there.
Yeah.
But it always pulls me out of the story.
Yeah.
For a second. Like for a second, just.
I mean, when humans are the ones that are editing the books, of course, there's going to be human error on anything.
Always. Yeah.
Yeah. But when it's consistent, like like what you're saying to me, it feels like it hasn't been edited at all.
Right. And that's not even the issue either, right? Because if it had just as many errors, but I was loving the story and super invested in it, and I didn't have any issues with like the character or the plot or anything like that, then I would just be reading it fast and making little red marks. And it would be no big deal, actually, because the longest part of the review would be me laying out some errors and then being like, this was really good, but you might want to fix this.
I haven't really come across any. Well, on the audiobooks, I have given feedback that I feel like that the narrator wasn't suited to the story. Like when I read that Claw Mountain one, and he was the thug in the story seemed like he was really happy and he was going on a picnic. It sounded weird. Like he was and it was all bright and cheery, and I'm like, this is not right. This does not sound right. And like we're in a paranormal horror story, and you've got this guy that's chasing these teenagers for the money. After he's chased them, you would expect him to be pissed when he got hold of them because they've just stole $10 million. You don't expect him. Yeah, you don't expect him to think, oh, I'm going to answer your questions and I'm going to be really cheery and happy about it. No. This sounds wrong. And it did actually, like up until I think that point, there was a lot of problems with that book, but like with the narration of it, but I could have given it a better review and just had a small comment about the narrator maybe choosing another one. And I've just done another one as well, Certain Luck. The author read the story and he's male. It's a male voice for a female point of view. And it just doesn't work.
Yeah, you were saying that. So I think it's important that you give feedback on the audio because you're reviewing the audio book, right?
Yeah.
Like, so you'd have to review the story, but I think you should give feedback on the audio itself also.
Yeah, I actually put it in my public. I don't just send it to the publisher.
And I think that's okay because it's a review of the audio, right? Like, and I'll mention, I will probably mention that there's errors in my review, but I won't list
because that's a big thing for a lot of people. Me personally, it doesn't bother me because like it just doesn't bother me. It's not something that I get hung up on. It's not something that I feel the need to get hung up on. But for a lot of people, it bothers them.
It doesn't necessarily bother me. Like I enjoy. It's kind of like an Easter egg hunt for me. So I like editing. So it's not a big deal for me to mark them down. But it is distracting me from the story for anywhere from a microsecond to throughout the whole story, depending on the errors, right? And it's making this book take a lot longer to read.
Yeah. And that's hard if it's taking you out of the story, because you can't even do it as twofold. You can't just get in and enjoy the story, because those things are just pulling you out all the time. So yeah, that it makes sense to give that feedback. Coda Sly says it all, doesn't it? Doesn't it ever? I'm glad Coda chose it, because the reports that from Coda to the end have been so enjoyable, very much so. 1991 pages in 41%. That is awesome.
It's a lot of pages.
Yeah, I'm thinking that it's maybe 199 pages.
Okay, I was like, whew, that's a big book, and you're only 40% through.
I know, because then I reread it, and I'm like, yeah, I think that might be 199 pages.
I will stop complaining about Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell being so
long. Went to see Wicked, and I read during the intermission. Awesome.
Nice.
That's a nice way to spend your birthday. I was on a book stream earlier, and a lot of people said they DNF'd Hangman. I'm not surprised. It's the first fizzer. So yeah. But you know what? Like I said this the other day, like if that is the caliber of book, what other crap did they get for that to land into the bloody long list? Like, oh my God.
Is it like a panel that picks them, or?
Yeah, panel of 5. But I think they all individually read the books, from what I can tell from the podcast. So yeah. It's yeah. It's a fun journey. I don't think I've laughed so much in a review as much as I did. So maybe that's the comical part that the panelists were talking about, the judges were talking about, that you'll just laugh because it's so bad.
I mean, sometimes that's fun.
Evidently, I had a great time. Because
did you laugh through it the whole way?
Pretty much. I did try to get serious at some point, but I just kept laughing because it was just so ridiculous. You'll see. He's a self-publisher. Why didn't he ask a friend to read it for errors? I fear this guy is too self-involved to do that. It must be for the book you're talking about, yeah?
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't have a friend who's good at that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Or maybe he had it edited and he went to translate it over to ebook and it didn't get translated correctly. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe he thought he could do it all on his own. My poetry books are all self-edited. I didn't have anybody go through and edit my poetry books for me.
Yeah. So. All right, everybody, get those pens out. See what Coda missed. No, I'm joking.
It's poetry except for interpretation. I meant to misspell that.
Nice. I like it. There's the loophole.
No, if you find an error in one of my books, please get a hold of me and let me know, because I'll fix it. I'm very Virgo.
Or you'll get that sentence back. It's poetry. It's supposed to be like that.
Pretty sure there's no errors in the poetry book.
It's fine if there is. A friend of a friend gave me a book to read, but it seemed more like a vanity publishing kind of thing. So I didn't actually send back any feedback. Okay.
What's vanity publishing?
Yeah, I was just about to say the same thing. What is vanity? Is this just like a self-involved person publishing a book, or like? Please explain, Jean.
Me.
It's all about me. Maybe that's what it is. I mean, that is where my mind went to when I read it. So
I mean, if that's the case, you could probably look at my poetry books as being vanity publishing, right? Poetry is very personal emotion.
Yeah, well, that's it. I don't do a lot of poetry. I've read some, but it's not my favorite thing to go because it is the one thing that I'll read that I'll go, I don't get it. And then I sit there and I look at it and look at it and look at it and I'm like, I still don't get it. Some I get, like some I get straight away, but more often than not, I just don't think I'm versed enough in poetry to be good at, like, to gravitate towards that all the time. So yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm a poet and I don't read a lot of poetry. I read poetry, but not as much as I read like novels.
Fiction. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I would put an example or two of the errors in the main review so people know. Yeah, that's fair enough. Fair enough. And with that, we have got to the end of the comments, which is okay for a Monday. That's pretty good. All right, we're going to do a 60-minute sprint. We're going to read our chapters and we'll be back to talk a little. Oh, we've had Rachel pop in. I'll say hello.
Hi, Rachel.
How are you? We are I'm having a fabulous day. What about you, Coda? Are you having a fabulous day?
I mean, considering how dark, dank, and gloomy it is outside, it's not bad. It hasn't been that bad at all. I had a good morning, and I'm about to have a good ass dinner because me. I got chicken in the crock pot. So I'll make some rice here in a little bit and throw some soupy chicken over rice, and I'll be set.
That sounds good. I think I might be going to the shop. Well, it's cold and gloomy in here today.
Chai while you're out there.
Might take a while to get to you, mate. It's only 17 degrees here today. So it's actually cold. Like, I'm actually sitting here thinking I should go and find my slippers because my feet are cold. So yeah.
It's like 60 something, right?
No, it'd be less than that. It'd be about 58, I think, 55, something like that. I don't know. I did have a browser that I could do it, but it's disappeared off my computer. I don't know where it went.
It says it's 40 here, which is 4.
Yeah, you can keep that. So, and I'm 17, so yeah, it must be about 60 then.
I want 60. It's almost 70.
I mean, I'm still in short sleeves, but my feet are cold, so yeah.
Yeah, not me. And I put on an even heavier jacket over this to go outside.
It's raining and I'm headed for church in like 2 hours. Might get fried chicken and cocoa on the way home. Sounds nice. Sounds really nice. That sounds really good. Man, I've still got a few hours of my fasting window and you're all talking about food. All right, we're going to a sprint before I end up breaking my fast early.
Can you have beverages during your fasting period?
Yeah, I've got green tea.
You can still have a chai.
No, because then that would be a dirty fast. So I can only have a chai tea because it's got like milk products in it. So I don't. It's clear liquids. Right? Yeah, it counts as food. Unfortunately, I wish that was a loophole because I'd be on that, but then that wouldn't work, would it?
I'm just gonna look and see how much it would cost to have a chai latte.
Look what you've started, Jean. Anyway, on that note, we're going to go for a sprint. We'll see you all in an hour. Happy reading, everybody. Well, hello. We are back. Let me just pause that. I am halfway through.
What's that?
I'm about halfway through chapter 24.
Oh, okay. I am. Where am I? I'm a little bit into 23.
Cool. So not far behind.
Yeah.
I think that on Friday when we were all at the same spot is the only time that's going to happen throughout this whole series.
It's the only time that's ever happened.
So yeah, but yeah, it's getting good. I am enjoying it, and I can't say anything else because I know things. No. So yeah,
I'm just to the part where they're all as serious as so exciting.
I'm pretty happy with it. Oh no, so far. I don't want to say too much because I know that a few people are reading it and whatnot. So yeah, and I don't want to wreck it for you. So there's that as well. So, and I also spent part of that time fixing my tripod because the grippy part that holds my phone has perished. So I got some more grip stuff and glued that on and fixed that. So now my phone won't shoot out at me while I'm filming.
That's good.
The first time it happened, scared the bejesus out of me.
That's really good.
So that is over there drying. And I went over and visited Jess at this Kiwi because they are sprinting right now. So for the very first time, so I went over and shared some love and hung out over there for a little while as well. And yeah, so a lot of fun happening all over the place. What else did you get up to? No chai latte, I see.
No. Oh, but that reminds me, I made a coffee and I need to go grab it. I made a coffee and I emptied the dryer and I stirred the chicken stuff and added a pack of mushrooms to it. And I got the rice all ready to go. So as soon as the mushrooms are almost done, I'll do it's just minute rice. So be quick.
Yeah, I was thinking about what I was going to have for dinner as well. And I went and had a look. And alas, I have no chicken. So I will be going to the shop at some stage. And I will be going to get some chicken. And I think I'm going to see if they've got some bok choy as well and do a side of greens to go with it. So yeah.
I love bok choy.
I have it in everything. Like it's like I come home with bundles of it.
Yeah.
And I grow it in my garden as well. But because I wasn't here for 3 weeks, I just sort of, and I knew that Nerily wasn't going to water my garden. So I harvested everything out and just, because the tomatoes were at the end of their cycle. I've still got like silver beet and stuff like that growing, but bok choy grows so quickly. Like it's only got a 6 to 8 week turnaround from planting to harvesting. So I just harvest everything and I just thought I'll leave it because she'll just end up not watering it and they'll all die. So that was what I was going to do on the weekend, get out with the audio books and just get up in the garden and replant some stuff and all that and like weed it out because I've got to take stuff out of the garden and turn it over and whatnot. But it's been raining, so it's just like I'll wait till the next sunny day and do it then. And then I'll plant a heap of bok choy and some other Asian greens and whatnot that I can grow because my growing season here is quite long before I have to worry about the frost getting it. So
that's awesome.
Yeah. Neva was also in the comments while we were sprinting at the new job and it's going great. We miss you, Neva. Going great. Much slower store than I'm used to. Just means more reading. Hey, that's awesome. That is awesome. And there's the link for Jess's live stream. I've got it up and muted at the moment, but it's up.
Hop over
As I
there
was
on the
saying,
next sprint.
yeah. And Katie also joined us as well. Thank you.
Katie.
How's your day going? How was Adam's birthday? Was it good? Shane says, I love Harry Potter. Even as an adult, I struggled with how dark it gets after Goblet of Fire, but I wouldn't trade the Harry Potter books for the world. I'm so thankful my mum introduced me to them, and I miss her. Oh, that's good that you love them, and you still do as an adult. This is the first time I've read them, so I was raising little ones when they came out, so I didn't have time. Working on a paper for school, but my focus is off. I hope the sprints will help. It's due tonight, and I'm a bit concerned. Well, hopefully we can help you. We'll probably be pretty strict with our reading tonight because Coda has to get to the book he doesn't want to read.
I mean, whenever we get there.
Hello, Christina. How are you? And Brooklyn joined, is at work and ready for a nap. It's a napping sort of day. A friend of mine just sent a picture in our group chat. She's in Townsville, and she sent a picture from 7:30 this morning, and it looked like the dawn was just breaking. It's that much rain up there. It's dark on that, and I'm like. And they've had like cyclone where she is. She's had two cyclones go through. One wasn't so bad. The other one was pretty bad.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, like they've had so much rain up there. How she's not swimming everywhere, I do not know. Like so much rain. Have got part of the way through chapter 24 and spent part of the sprint over at this Kiwis Reading Sprints. I did see you over there, which is good. Sharing some love. Make sure that you go over, subscribe, click the like button, hang out for a little while. If you can open up another tab, open up the tab so the watch hours get up and all the rest of it, because sprinting really helps us get the watch hours up, because YouTube in all their wisdom decided that we all needed 5,000 hours of watch time and 1,000 subscribers, and this can be a very long journey for some. So if we can all help out, that would be great. I was so spewing when they changed the rules, because I was I think 100 views, because it used to go on views and I think 50 subscribers or something like that, or just I think it might have even just went on views, to be honest. And in 2018 is when they changed it, and I did not know they were changing it, and I was so close to being monetized. And then 2 weeks after I started putting out videos, the announcement came out that it was changing at the end of January. And I was like, are you flipping kidding me? I was so close to be monetizing. So I didn't, I mean, it still took, I think 18 months for me to get to the 1,000 subscribers, because the craft sector is pretty hard to crack the 1,000 sometimes. And then, but I had one video that I've had like 276,000 views on it since I published it. But that video blew up while I was traveling to Uluru, to Ayers Rock. And my assistant, I had an assistant working for me. She's moved away and no longer works for me now, but she was looking after things here for me, and like every day I'd get a message, because I was out of service, so I couldn't check what was happening on the channel. So I'd go into service, come into a town, and I'd get bing, 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 all these messages that come through of people commenting and subscribers and all this sort of stuff. And she was sending me through all the stats and everything. Okay. And it was so funny because my husband had also started, and it was a competition between the two of us who, like, after I hit the 1,000 on that, then it was a competition of who, like, we were going neck and neck until we got to 5,000, and then I just overtook him. I'm like, check ya. It was so funny. Yeah, and he hit 5,000 subscribers. While we were at the end of that trip, and I did it just, I think it was just before we got to Roma. So just at the end of the trip, he hit 5,000. So it was quite interesting. Rachel has gone down a history rabbit hole.
Oh, wow.
Let's find out what we're going to learn today. I folded and put away 2 loads of laundry. Awesome. I'd like to just get my laundry off the clothesline. It'd be great. And got to chapter 8. It's been on there since Saturday, since 2 days. In my book. Awesome. Made some good progress there and was nice and productive as well. Grip stuff. Get a grip. Yeah. It's, you know, the stuff that you put under in your like drawers and everything, so your utensils don't slide around the drawers and that. I'll just use some of that. Yeah.
Right on. Yeah.
In the middle of chapter 22, where they just hit Saint Mungo's, this is one of my favorite chapters in the series. I laugh, I cry, and so many emotional scenes. When they that's in Harry Potter, right? I don't even know the title.
That's the hospital where Ron's
Yeah, that's what I thought, but I wasn't 100% sure because I don't listen to the titles of the evidently I don't listen to the title or the chapter number. I was just thinking that's in where they get to the hospital and all that sort of stuff. Curtis stirred the pot and brought over some
the mushrooms.
Yeah. I'm reading The Love Island Bookshop by Kate Frost about a woman who gets a job at a bookstore in the Maldives Islands. It is snowing here, so I'm almost jealous to read this book. That would make you very, very, very envious, wanting to be where it's nice and sunny as the snow is falling. Hello, Jess. I've been sick for a week. Oh, no. Slowly coming out of it, but I haven't been focused enough to read, trying to get myself to pick something up tonight. But sometimes you just got to chill and not do anything as well when you're sick. When I'm sick, I very rarely read. I usually just watch TV. That's usually what I do when I'm sick. I just curl up under a blanket and nod off and do all the things other than read. Hello, Jasper. How are you? I took the trash out, been dreading it all day since it's chilly and raining, and took a shower, and now I'm ready to read. Hello. Everybody's saying hello. Sending some, yes, definitely so. I hope you feel better soon. Kitty is mad at me. Had to take him to the vet last week. Oh, he got his injection and I have to give him antibiotics. He's not happy. But he has gingivitis and wasn't eating, so I had to do something. No, that's fair enough. Did not read, but did order Domino's pizza. Oh, yum. Double beef and onion is my favorite. Have the crafty community calmed down? I have no idea. I haven't been over there. I just post videos and get the heck out of Dodge. It's scary over there sometimes. It's not too bad. Like it's somewhat settling down. When I've gone on there hasn't been as many negative comments and all that sort of stuff. I've ignored them basically. For the most part, I've just ignored them and just moved on. I just thought, you know what, I don't need to hang out here, so bye. I post and run. Since your sprint started, I've gotten 2 loads of laundry done. Look at you go. I just want to finish this book tonight that I don't care and I don't care which one. That's fair enough. My cousin called me about Easter plans, so I didn't read. How rude, right? I actually was ahead of the game this morning, and before we went live, I rang my husband because he has an uncanny knack of as soon as we go live, he'll ring. It's like, what are you doing? You know I go live. Hello, Jamie. How are you? How was Peace Talks this weekend? Did you get lots of reading done? I'm about 5 minutes into your video, I think, and then I had to get ready. So I plan to be 100 pages into this one for the Women's Prize book I'm reading, and read 0 pages. That's fair enough. It does. I finished my 4th Chinese murder mystery early today, so I got back to Laurie Moore's I Am Homeless. If This Is Not My Home. And do you know what? Every time I talked about that book, I think I stuffed that title every which way you could think of, and I don't think I ever said the title right when I talked about this book. So I'm like, okay. That's how it's going to be. That's what the title is. You can pick one from my many suggestions, or you can go with the one that it actually is.
There you go. See which one goes quicker.
Yeah, it's just like some of them though, and I think with "And Then She Fell," I kept adding down onto it because it felt like, yeah, because it felt incomplete when I was saying it. I guess my brain's gone, and it needs to have down on there. So yeah. Good morning, Deb. How are you? Oh, everything just jumped. And then she was gone, going to be reading, and then she was gone by Lisa Jewell. Awesome. Hope you enjoy it. You've been reading a few Lisa Jewells lately. Hopefully you are enjoying them. I have an audio credit, and I'm deciding if I should use it for one of the women's prize books. Which one?
Yeah.
Just about all. I've exhausted all of my avenues to get the books where I don't have to pay money. So the next these three I've got. I think the last 7 I have to make a decision. But I've actually put money away for it. So
cool.
Yeah. So it's a hard decision to use an Audible credit. Do you still dual sprint with the crafting channel? No, I don't. I was doing it for a while, and there was I was getting time and all that sort of stuff up. And then I started to notice that A, there wasn't many people watching. B, I was starting to lose subscribers from every video. And the watch time wasn't there. So I just thought there's no point. So I just took it off. It was being more of a negative impact on my phone, on my channel than it was a positive. But it was good at the beginning because it got people. I had taken quite a lengthy break and hadn't really put anything up. So it was good to get people to come back over and just got me into the algorithm again. So it was good in that aspect. I need to log my books, but I finished 4 Chinese murder mysteries, 2 NetGalley arcs this weekend that I started during the allotted hours. Love my Donna Leon arc, my favorite for the weekend. Awesome, because that's finished now, isn't it? Peace Talks. I went over and had a look. I think Cassidy was still sprinting and during the first sprint. So yeah. And Then She Fell Down is a top contender. To be honest, I would have used a credit for so I just added it in again. I added down in again. I just heard it. And Then She Fell. If I could have got the audiobook for that, I definitely would have got it because there was Mohawk language in it. And I had no idea how to pronounce them or anything like that. So, and Google was somewhat of a help, but it just kept, every time I wanted to translate it, it was pulling me out of the story and it was getting frustrating. So I just let it go. But I will probably, when it becomes available here, I will probably get that and listen to that book just for the language and how it's spoken. Jamie says, yep, it's 7 p.m. here. So they are done. Awesome. All right. And with that, we got to the end of the comments. Are we ready to go for another sprint, everybody?
Get on your broomsticks, everybody.
That's it. If you've got time, go and visit Jess over at This Kiwi. The comment is up a little bit higher, and you can click on the link there. But I'll just grab it now and pop it in case anybody wants to go and visit, because they are about to go into a chatty bit in 3 minutes. So if that's something that you want to do, and there it is there in the comments, go and show some love, and I will see you soon. Hello. How did everybody go during that sprint? As you possibly could have seen, I was slightly distracted.
I was slightly distracted by your distraction as well.
I think I distracted a lot of people with my distraction.
Yeah.
So yeah, I went out into the lounge room and I had her out in the kitchen on that because I'm training her to use the kitty litter and stuff like that. So she's out in the kitchen, and my other cat's at the door taunting her. And all I could hear is this meow, meow, meow. I'm like, and then she must have heard me come in because I seen her little shadow under the kitchen door. So I've opened up the door. She's come running out, and this kitten hugs your ankles as you're trying to walk. And it's like, so you've got to pick her up. And yeah, so I brought her out here to play that for a little while because I've been out here for a while, but now she's sleeping. So, but her name is Voodoo, and
So
yes,
and
my 17-year-old is still calling her Doo-Doo.
How funny!
As quick as anything.
Candy for a little bit because I was jealous. She's on the other couch, so I went and sat with her for a minute because I was like, "Jelly of your cat time."
Yeah, so she shredded my piece of fabric. I kept having to move because she keeps attacking my necklace as well, so I had to keep moving that. And then I moved it, and she could still see. So she's trying to grab it to bring it back around. Little shit! I probably got scratches all over my neck on that, but she's very cute. She's settled in really well. Beans is still giving her a hard time. So, but yeah, so yeah, but she's very, very fluffy, very fluffy. Yeah, so she said you're gonna get fluffier. I didn't star, so I don't know where I am.
Right before.
Oh, here, yeah, got it.
Paul got here,
yeah. Christina. Well, how did you go? Sorry, I should probably ask because we all got distracted by the kitty.
I'm like have a page left in chapter 25, so I just have one more chapter for this.
I think I've only got about the same.
Yeah. But I ate dinner.
How was it? Was it good?
Oh yeah, it was good. And I feel better about it now. I'm really hungry.
I'm thinking in the next spring I might scoot down to the shops and I also dug out my slippers as well. So I have my slippers on now because I couldn't find those. So I went rummaging for those and then had another sneezing fit.
I also took off my shoes and put my slippers on. It's just that time.
Yeah. But I'm thinking the next sprint I'm going to, because Nerelay's gone out now, so I can back my car out. So I'm going to scoot down and grab some chicken and bok choy. Maybe. I'll see how I go. I'm going to go and have a look at because I've also got some fish there as well. So I'm thinking that I might be able to do up a fish dish instead. So
I'm going to do, I think, fish tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
So
because it's
in the freezer.
Raining and disgusting out there, and you know there's a lot of rain coming when the computer goes an hour and a half till rain. I'm like, oh crap, it's gonna piss down. Every time it does that, it buckets. Yeah. So anyway, I'll see what I end up having. I might actually make a fish miso soup with noodles. That actually sounds pretty good too.
That does sound good.
Yeah.
I love miso soup.
I love it too. Everybody in my family hates it. I absolutely love it. Like I eat that much of it that I buy the big pouches of it. I don't even buy the single serves. I buy the big pouch.
I love it. I've never made it at home before.
Haven't you? It's really easy because I just get the pouch of it and I just scoop a tablespoon out and I mix it up in a large coffee cup. And then I've got a big bowl that I use. And I just put all my ingredients in that. So like I'll put in bean sprouts. If I've got fresh mushrooms, I'll use fresh mushrooms. If not, I'll just chuck in some dry mushroom. Like I'll put the dry mushrooms so they get moist in that, and then I add them in. I'll chuck salmon in it, and I'll put rice noodles in it. Sometimes I put ramen, and then I'll just use whatever green vegetables I've got. So I might chuck some frozen beans in, some broccoli. Sometimes I'll just get my dry slaw, because I don't buy coleslaw as such. I just buy the dry slaw, so it has no mayonnaise on it. And I just chuck handfuls of that in, and it's such a good meal. It's really filling. So you may have noticed I'm not a big takeaway sort of person. I mean, I do eat it, but we don't have good options.
You're always cooking something.
Yeah, we don't have good options. So
I can't believe I didn't get Thai food this week. I wonder if they'll ask me about it next week.
No, I was quite surprised myself. I'm like, what's going on? Kata's changing up the routine. What is going on?
I only regretted it because I didn't have any Thai tea this week. And like, I'm addicted to Thai tea. I have some I could make, but I'm lazy. So every time I think about like I want it and I should make some, it's like I think about how like I have to wait for it to get cold after I make it.
So make it in the morning, then it's ready for at night.
I like the way you think.
I do that all the time with my green tea, because I prefer green tea cold. So I'll make a cup of green tea in the morning, and I have another cup that I put a couple of tea bags in, and then I let it steep, and then I just put it in the fridge, and then I just add water to it. I use it like a tincture, and basically just add water to it as I go through the day. And yeah, it works out. That way I don't have to wait. Christina as well. My laptop is slow, and I'm playing chicken with Libby. I'm good. And how are you, Coda? It's good to see us both.
Good today.
Hello, Paul. Thanks for joining. Yes, I have a new friend. Because we had a bit of a problem. I was very, very sad while I was down in Brisbane, but I didn't want to say anything. Gus went missing when I left, and we cannot find him anywhere. He didn't turn up at the pound. He didn't turn up anywhere. So there was a big tomcat here, which we've since trapped and got rid of. And we think that they may have had a fight, because Nera Lee said that there was a big fight that she heard, and she didn't realize that Gus was outside. And basically he disappeared. And I said, I know he was here the day that I left, because I pulled him out of the car, because he kept trying to get into the car, and I pulled him out. Yeah. And so she didn't tell me that she heard that. She told me that she couldn't find him. She didn't tell me that she heard the big fight. So I think that maybe he's got really injured and gone off somewhere, and we don't know where he's gone. Aww. So he hasn't turned up anywhere, which I'm spewing about. Absolutely. I was gutted, because Gus was my buddy. Gus would follow me everywhere. Like, it didn't matter where I was in the house. If he was outside, he was underneath me, because my house is off.
Followed you all the way into the car.
Yeah. I'm like, get out of the car. You can't come. Other than that, like, at first I thought he might have just like seen me drive off, and because my daughter wasn't getting home, so I didn't want to leave them in the house where they could rip the house apart, because we all know what they've done to the plants in the past. So I said to her, I'll put them out, and they've been fine every other time I've left them out. And she was going to be getting home late. So she got home, and she said that she seen him on that day, because she also had to pull him out of the car. She was getting stuff out, and then nothing, didn't see him from the next day. So I didn't want to replace him, but Brendan had a couple of kittens over at the workshop, and he said, look, they're just going to end up going to the RSPCA. Do you want one? And then Nera Lee did her puppy dog eyes at me, so we ended up with a new kitten. So Beans has apparently been pining for Gus, because they came to the house together. And so now she's hissing at Voodoo. She's gone from pining to being a bitch. So yeah, but
so many emotions though. She's gone through a lot the past few days.
So she's just taunting. I put her outside for a little while, and so she's sitting there, and she, like, when I'm not watching, she's being nice to the kitten, and then as soon as I'm watching, she's like, I'm like, you're a nasty piece of work. Stop it. So yeah, I'm spewing about Gus though. Like, he was a good cat.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, on that, but she didn't want to tell me that they had a big fight, so. Because then I would have been really upset, which I am on that. So, but he didn't turn up at the pound or anything. So, it's almost yeah. I looked up at one stage and I'm like, you can't even see the kitten. It's just like blending in.
It took me a while to notice.
New one. I think Brendan said they're about 8 weeks old, 9 weeks old. And its name is Voodoo, or Neralee calls it Doodoo because she's 17. Sorry, I'm distracted by the fairy and the image. What you eating? Oh, you've answered this.
I did. I held my bowl up to the screen so she could see it.
I didn't see that. That explains it looks good. I'm like, you sending pictures or what's going on?
I almost dumped it out trying to tilt it towards the camera. I almost dumped it on my keyboard.
You're supposed to tilt your camera, not the bowl.
Naturally blonde.
Yes, I have a new kitten. The cat just went out to check on the pups, and it looks like someone is shaking glitter all over the house. So sparkly.
Oh, good.
I don't know if that's a good thing or not.
It's the SNOW. Blech.
The what?
She said it's snowing earlier.
Oh, okay. Snowing. That's what she's talking about. By the way, I'm reading Wolves. So you all talk across multiple sprints, and you come back here, and I've got no idea what conversations you've had.
I talked, but even if I'm not on sprints, I talk to you, Neva, Jean, and Christina all day.
Yeah.
Because if I'm not on sprints, I talk to you guys on Instagram. So.
Yeah, Orange Boxer.
Yeah.
Yesterday, did you go and watch the sprints? Did you end up going and watching them?
I did. I would not the whole thing, but I did get on and watch some of it this morning, and I was sitting here laughing.
It's like, I thought it was hilarious, but anyway.
My favorite part was when you and I go off on a tangent and Neva's trying to talk and she's like, what? And you're like, oh, Coda and I are just being dicks. A
lot of the time Neva's not looking at the screen and we're talking, like miming and talking.
She's over here like talking.
Because it popped up in my recommended is how it came up, and I'm like, oh, I'm getting recommended. That's awesome. Which means that Neva's videos in the algorithm, and so I'm like, I wonder what we look like because it's a fun time while we're on screen. But I wonder how the rest of the world perceives us. And I pressed play, and I was just like, I thought it was funny. Like I was laughing. I'm like, yeah. And then I sped it up a little bit just to get a little bit further in. It seems like we have a fun time. That's all that matters, right?
I always have a blast with you guys. Every time.
It's always good fun. Long chapters in this book, almost finished chapter. I agree. I don't know whether you noticed I was laughing at this point. So
I was laughing at this point, and I rolled my eyes a little bit too.
There was some of that. There was oh my god, get a grip! Like, so, yeah, it was just like no, very annoying, very annoying.
Just go out.
Something went out. No, I don't know.
One of the 2 light bulbs went out.
Yeah, it did get darker.
I was like, that tripped me out.
Made it to page 35, I read a chapter, now on 37 of 56. Awesome. Halfway through chapter 25 as well. I think because everybody seems to be up to the same point, and I am almost finished. And I am listening.
It wouldn't happen anymore. Now we've all stepped up again.
I am listening because I've got my phone open because I only have 2 minutes and 34 seconds left of the chapter. Like, it's right at the end, so I will be stopping.
Where I was too,
because we were going to 27, right?
Right.
Yeah, so cool. That's 26 where I'm at. So yeah, I'm almost finished my chapters. So yeah. I got the kitchen cleaned and made it to chapter 16. I'm on a roll tonight. Awesome. Just got back and seen that Nicole has a cardigan on. Is it cold enough? Yeah, it is. It's 17 degrees here today. And I have no thyroid, so I feel the cold really quickly. I've got the slippers out and pulled all the winter stuff out this morning. And last night I pulled a blanket over myself, so I know it's getting colder. Because I'm also away from the coast, so the coast will be hotter than where I'm at. I get cold way before they do. So
I hate being cold.
So do I. I hate it with a passion. I reckon I could use it as a defense for killing someone.
It's just under 40, or it's just under 4 degrees Celsius here.
That's just disgusting. She is very cute, and she likes getting a chin rub. So if you lay her on her back, she'll let you rub her belly, which is really unusual for cats. And that she'll let you rub the belly, and then if you rub under her chin, she puts her head right back.
But Indy likes that too. And if you scratch with your nails,
yeah,
she's all about it, and she'll let me rub her belly too. Not if I just approach her.
No,
but if she's laying here and I start rubbing her side, if she's in a good mood, she'll like stretch out and roll over and be like, okay.
Yeah. Last night when Neroli come home, the little one was in the lounge room. Beans was sitting beside me. The little one was on the ground. She sat up like a meerkat when she heard the sliding door. And I'm like, who is that? And she's jumped up on, like, so she's very aware of the house and the noises and everything. And she's only been here for 2 days.
That's awesome.
Yeah. And then she's like,
she seems really comfortable with you already. And
yeah, it's quite surprising because, like, as I said, she's not even been here 48 hours.
Do the cats sleep indoors or?
Yeah.
Do they sleep with you?
No. I have that. They have their spot where they sleep because they get up. Like, I used to let them go through the house, but I'd wake up in the morning to broken stuff because they terrorized the house while we were sleeping. we woke up to upended plants, broken candles. And I'd look at them and go, what are you doing? And there'd be just crap everywhere because they had terror. So now they have a spot in the house where that's their spot. And when I shut the door, they don't meow or anything. They know that it's bedtime. Turn the light off and they're fine.
Oh, so they have their own room. That's cute.
Well, they've got their tower and stuff that they sleep in. So, and Beans has got a little cubby hole in a cupboard that she gets in behind, and that's where she sleeps. So when it's bedtime, I just pull out the containers are there. So they're just like laundry basket things. I pull that out and she gets it. And you can't see it because she's black. The only time it scares the shit out of you when you put your hand in there for something furry. It's the bloody cat. And I'm like, cow. So yeah, the other one's sleeping in its little, those towers that have all the cubby holes in it.
Yeah,
it's sleeping in that. So Beans has never liked it. She's never gone into that. She's always had the cupboard where she can hide. So yeah,
mine will use theirs sometimes, but Nimbus likes laundry, especially if it's clean and not folded yet, because then he can put his white hair all over your damn black blanket. It's out of the dryer and now it has a fur. He sleeps like draped over my hip. So like he stretches out like this across my chest
Yeah.
with his legs hanging off my hip onto the bed, and he sleeps like that all night. Like I wake up with him in the morning.
I don't mind them if they come into my room, but Gus was annoying. Like you try to sleep and he's playing with your hair. Will you leave my hair alone? So I take it out. So it wasn't in the ponytail. I take it out, and then he'd sit there doing this to my hair. And I'm like, I can't win. Out. So that's when I gave him a designated spot. Beans was all right. She sleeps at the end of the bed, but she's a very timid cat anyway. Like she's always been a bit skittish.
Mm-hmm.
But she has her spot in the lounge room that she sleeps in. God help anybody that puts their hand there, or another cat that goes there, or anything like that. That is her spot, and no one's allowed to go there. So yeah, and I often run my hand along the spot, and she just glares at my hand as it goes past. I'm like, it's my house. She just glares at me. She's also black as well, so got myself to continue listening to Harry Potter while I was watching basketball. I have about 65 pages left. Awesome.
Nice.
I make an entree salad and I feel accomplished cooking, and I don't do takeaway. I really don't have a choice where I am because, like, I don't want to eat Hungry Jack's, McDonald's, KFC, Red Rooster. We do have a Chinese restaurant here, but it's, sometimes food, and we've got a noodle bar type thing, but again, that's sometimes food's quite fattening, like with a lot of oil and stuff, and I'm just like not down for it all the time. So yeah, got to 8% in my audiobook of God's Grave. I don't know what I was reading then, by Jay Kristoff. Book 2 in the series. So far it's okay, but wound up fast forwarding through the drawn out sexy bit in chapter 2. Did it end in murder at least? I don't know. I know I'm devastated about Gus. Gus was so cool on that, but yeah, he may still come back. I'm hoping now that because we trapped the feral one on the weekend. Brendan went and seen someone in Nanango that he knows. I think that she's actually a veterinary nurse or something like that, and got some sensory food, like it's really stinky food, and put that in the cage, and he's now been removed from the premises and they'll deal with it. So like he was mangy as like just out fighting like Cat Fight Club, and he's the leader of it, and he's just ripped it, like, yeah, and really big, like ugly cat too. I love how you make the sound every time, Coda. It's kind of pretty, kind of. What was that for? I don't know. They wouldn't come up then. I don't know what was going on. It's just taking its time.
I don't know what sound do I make.
I don't know either. Sorry to hear about Gus. Is the kitten in the picture? Congrats on the name Voodoo. Yes, Voodoo. The kitten's not in here now. No. It's always a blast on this side too. Good. Yeah, it was quite funny watching it. Got to 92% of Omega's obsession. It wasn't entertaining my white shoes. Okay, fair enough. Sometimes we get those duds. It's 31 minus 1. Oh my God. I would be in bed and I wouldn't be here talking to anybody. I'd be frozen. We have rain here right now. Should turn into snow later. Oh, that's not good.
Ugh.
My daughter's home.
I don't want snow. That better stay over on your side of Colorado, Jamie. Nobody have any. Oh, it is supposed to snow tomorrow. What the?
So you shouldn't have looked. You wouldn't have known. Maybe that's the sound that Christine is talking about. I heard of a series today on Cozy Sprints, Great Witches Baking Show by Nancy Warren. Have you heard of this one? No, I have not. But I will be looking that up. I'm going to star that puppy.
Yeah, it's
I
supposed to
haven't
get
heard
down
of it.
to 0
Oh,
Celsius
nice.
again on Tuesday overnight.
Oh, that's not good. Christina's saying that already had it on their want to read, but don't remember when that happened. In someone's sprints for sure. I have heaps of those books. I'm like, what was this about? Like, why is this here?
I've got another Chrome window up with like 10 tabs of books that I've just Googled and left open because I haven't put them on a list yet.
Yeah, your list is growing today.
These are from days ago.
Oh, really? Yeah, I'm like that too. I leave my computer on all the time. Savannah, it's like, you need to turn your computer off. I'm like, I know, because I've got to do updates. The little orange dots down the bottom, it's telling me. I'll keep postponing it. But I've got stuff going on. Just got stuff going on. My Simone likes to lay on damp laundry. If I have laundry draped over the chairs, he turns it into his bed. My goodness. When someone mentions snow, it was the sound. She's going back out again. She's in and out, in and out. It's 1 Celsius here, but it's okay. I don't mind the cold. Currently, we're at -1. -1 feels like -7. We were +20 at one point last week. Awesome. That's getting up there a little bit. Stay on your side of Colorado.
It's apparently going to here too. So
from today until Tuesday, it's supposed to snow the whole time, and we're going to get like 20 inches in Minnesota. Oh my goodness! After having like no snow all winter. Well, they've made up. Maybe that's it. One and done.
I don't know, but Jess, thanks for the perspective, because at least I'm not there.
Yeah. Are you going to be a judge for the YouTube prize? I didn't even know anything about it. I'm still in the women's prize. What is? Please explain what the YouTube prize is, because I actually do not know.
There's a BookTube prize.
Yeah, I know about the BookTube prize. I went to judge last year on that, but I wasn't able to commit to it because there was some overlapping stuff that I had already committed to. So yeah, so I had to pull out. But yeah, I didn't know about a YouTube prize. What's that for? It's been snowing here since 10 a.m. and it hasn't stopped. Oh my goodness.
Where are you, Imelda? Okay. Places to never move. Put that right on my list.
Okay, so the BookTube prize equals YouTube prize. Oh, okay. So it's the same thing.
It started already, right? Because
yeah, I think it starts in March. I think, or maybe earlier. I don't know.
I think it started already because I'm pretty sure MJ's doing it, and another bibliophile reads.
Yeah, he does it. He's done it for the last couple of years, I think.
Year, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm on the mailing list for it, and I've spoken to the organizer of it, and I didn't do it this year either because I completely forgot to get in contact with them. So I have thought about doing it though.
Maybe I'll think about next year, because this year I'm just reading what I own, so it's hard to put anything like that in without. I mean, I shouldn't have even requested ARCs. Let's be real.
But I mean, you got to have a break a little bit. Like, you got to break it up a bit. It's supposed to get to 53, which is 12 Celsius on Tuesday, but it will be raining then. Oh, Nightbot's decided to chime in after 3.5 hours. Well, welcome, Nightbot.
Way to sleep on the job, bro.
Seriously. I mean, it's a good one that you've popped in with. It wasn't Hydrate or something like that. Remember to subscribe, but nothing like sleeping on the job. Jeez.
Sounds like Nightbot needs to hydrate.
Fully. I submitted my what was that? And rewind. Evidently, I don't look at that part of the screen because I look down here where you are. Like when you talk, I look at the bottom. I don't actually look at the top of the screen.
Right. I look at you while you're talking, and then otherwise maybe the comment.
I submitted my rankings to the non-fiction prize, and I believe the next round starts in April. Still time to sign up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think I might give it a miss this year. I think next year I will definitely do it. So if you can send me the reminder, Chris, can you put that in your planner? Because I will forget. Because I think that'd be interesting. I think that'd be interesting. The one thing I'm actually doing, which I talked to Jean about this, and I think also you, Coda, because I think it was in our group read. I'm listening to the Bookshelfie. Like I sporadically listen to the Bookshelfie, which is connected to the Women's Prize for Fiction. It's their podcast. And I sporadically listen to it. I don't consistently listen to it each week, but I started listening more at the end of last year. And I really like it because I've been able to come across some books and all that sort of stuff. So what I decided to do was when a person goes on there, whether it be actor, author, whatever, they are asked to have 5 books that have shaped their reading journey. And so from a kid up until now, basically. And so there's this, each guest has 5 books. So I'm actually in the process of collecting the list of the books. And once I've got the Women's Prize for Fiction out of the way, because they're only into this season, they're only the second one came out the other day. I haven't listened to it yet, but so I've only got 5 on that list so far. And so what I'm going to do is read those books that they recommend. And I mean, obviously there'll be lap over ones. I won't be rereading books that have been mentioned before. It'll just be new books that, because like Jane Eyre gets mentioned a lot. Jane Austen also gets mentioned a lot of her books, like various different ones of her books. So what I'm going to do is read the books that are not overlapping or anything or doubled up. And that's going to be some content that I'm going to do leading up to the Women's Prize. So, and just seeing if I get the same impression, because they talk about the books and why they shape their on this podcast. So it'll be interesting to see if I get the same vibe from it and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, and it'll also expand, and it means I can buy more books.
That'll be a cool series, though. That sounds neat.
Yeah. And then I might be able to, I will eventually get back to the Read Around the World one. I'm actually compiling a list of books because I think what happened was I was struggling to find books, so I just stopped. And so now what I'm doing is I've got a list on my Kindle where I'm adding books in there for the different countries. And so, yeah, and I was doing it alphabetical, and I'm just going to read through that list. Once I've got, a heap, considering how many I read, I'm going to try and get through a few and start that series up again. It probably won't be until about August, I reckon, by the time I get all the readathons out of the way. So, yeah. That's where we're at. Demon Copperhead won the booktube last year. Really? Trespassers came in second or third. Oh my goodness.
It's not looking good for you, Nicole.
Do the two of you follow Canada Reads this year? No. I haven't followed anything from Canada, and I would like to follow a few things from Canada. I need to just basically work out what all the lists are and go and have a look at their previous years and stuff like that and just see. I mean, I love reading modern stuff and all the rest of it, but I just feel like I'm missing out on a lot of books that are really good books from some of these lists, and I just want to go and check them out and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, thought I would. Oh, hey, how are you going? Are you still sprinting? Yes, you are. There you go. I just went and checked. I've still got your tab open, so you're getting more jealous. So yeah. I thought I would come over and say hello, still sprinting, but only just. My brain is not in a reading mood apparently right now. That's okay. It gets like that sometimes with sprints because you're talking and then all the things are happening. But
Yeah.
trying to get more chapters of Tomb of Hercules done. Awesome. Okay, Coda, what is the picture above your head?
So it's a flaming bird.
Flaming bird. Is it a phoenix or just a flaming bird? Oh, up a bit higher. Oh, lift up, lift up. Oh yeah, cool. Did you paint that?
I did with a friend. It
Oh,
was a, what do you call it? A group effort.
okay, cool. Awesome. Hello to Jessica. Thank you. That is awesome. Thank you very much for that. And we have got to the bottom of the chat. So we're going to do another 60 minutes. I'm definitely going to be finished Harry Potter in this one.
Yeah,
So.
I'll probably finish it right away. I don't have any distractions now that I've eaten and stuff. I mean, I need to put the leftovers away, but that shouldn't be too. I shouldn't have to
Yeah,
pause for that.
no. All right, we will see you in 60 minutes. Happy reading, everybody. Well, hello. We are back. Just move my mic a bit closer. A minute of reading. That was it.
What's that?
1 minute of reading, and that was it.
Yeah, I finished Harry Potter and then I did dishes and other stuff. And then I came back to my seat and
Oh, kitty cat.
yeah. So she's like, thanks for warming my spot up for me, man.
And now I'm not moving. So, yes. So I just went over to the Bookshelfie website and started my list. And I actually, in the second week, I actually owned one of the books, which was a really good book, actually, which is The Island of Missing Trees by Elise Shafak. No, it was on the Women's Prize for Fiction a couple of years ago.
Okay.
On the short list. It was really good. I enjoyed it. It's from the perspective of a tree.
That's
So
nice.
basically, it's on the on Cyprus, and it's like there's got some issues on Cyprus with Turkey and Cyprus, and there's I guess you would call it like a bar or a restaurant that you go to, and this tree has grown through the center of it. And so the tree is watching everything that's going on. Like it can't go anywhere but what happens at this particular spot. And it's so much more than just that. But yeah, it's quite
really
interesting.
Cool.
It is really interesting. I like Elif Shafak's writing. The way she writes and whatnot. There's a whole list of her books that I want to get to, but you know, cash. And Bob the Book is not coming through for the fans, so.
Yeah. Come on,
Yeah,
Bob.
so
Get it with the program, Bob.
Yeah, but which means that he's not finding them in secondhand bookstores. So yeah, because he sells secondhand books. So
what's her name? Alicia.
Elif? No, Elif. Elif.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Shafak. It sounds like you're swearing at people. It's Shafak.
Okay, I found her.
Yeah. Say that 3 times real fast and bet you don't swear someone.
The Island of Missing Trees, is it, right?
Yep. Yeah.
Okay. Now I've got another tab with a book in it.
It's really good. I actually have that on my shelf, so yeah.
I can't wait to buy books.
You're going to be so broke.
I'm saving money for every book that I read on my challenge, so.
Yeah. And
somebody was like, what are you going to do with the money when you're done spending? Like, duh.
Buy more books?
What do you do with it? Buy more books.
So how much, for every book you read, how much do you get?
Hold on. I have it written down because it's different for different types of books.
Oh, okay, cool. No worries. All right, I'll go through the comments, which I think was just me and Chris anyway.
No.
Oh, you upset her by moving. Jeez.
That's just how she talks. That's just how she sounds. And then the boy cat's like, wow.
Anyway, I hadn't got to the comments because I had to go through all the stuff that I'd been typing.
So I'm saving $2 for fiction books I've never read.
Yep.
$1 for rereads.
Mm-hmm.
$3 for new to me authors.
Mm-hmm.
And $4 for nonfiction and $5 for indie published.
Nice. And how much have you got to save so far?
Let's see. I haven't tallied the last few books up yet, but it's over 70 some odd dollars.
Oh, that's good. And where are you at now? Like you're in the 40s, aren't you?
Like book 33. So.
Oh, 33. I thought you were in the 40s. Oh my God.
I'm almost to 30. I'm almost to 34. The next one will be 34, or these three will be 34, 35, and 36. Good for 30%. So
yeah, no, that's good. That is really good. I have also keyed up the books that I am reading this week for the Women's Prize, which is Soldier, Sailor, 8 Lives of a Century-Old Trickster, and Night Bloom. And I have logged my 79th book for the year.
See, my 30 some odd books isn't even from the beginning of the year. That's from last November.
That's from the beginning of the year.
Accomplished, though.
That's still really good, considering like you're working during the day as well. So that's just with your night reading. You've done really well. So do you reckon that you'll get to it by September?
If I don't, I might have to can it because my birthday is in September and ain't nobody trying to not buy books on their birthday. So I have to either pause it, make an exception, or can it.
Yeah.
I think I'll be done. So I totally can put some middle grade books in there and stuff if I need to, and novellas.
Plus, we've got a heap of short classics that you put a list on my video.
Right, and all of those horror novels from Abominable, they're not very long either. They're like 200 to 300 some odd pages. So
yeah,
I just need to quit being like, I'm gonna read 2,800 page books and 1,000-page book this month.
So in the month of May, you should, because we're doing the Kindle challenge in May, the Kindle Unlimited and Kindle challenge that read everything on the list. In that month, you should get all your short books out.
It's horror mayhem, so I'm gonna be reading some of the Abominable books for sure.
Cool.
Maybe so I'll throw some old kids books in there. You know, some 5p, 10p.
Yeah, well, you could, I suppose, if you really wanted to, because I feel like that's a bit cheaty.
I think I'm allowed to read a kid's book if I've never read it before.
Oh, okay, cool.
Which I don't know how many I own that I've never read. There's some older kids' books I've never read, like like Bridge to Terabithia, for example. I've never read that. So it's a little bit longer than 10 pages.
Yeah, but it's a pretty quick read though.
But yeah, so there's other ones, but we'll see. I'm gonna get it done by September. Before September, if I can swing it.
We're only at the end of March, so not even at the end of March. We've got 5 days left of March.
I think I'm pretty on track to be done by the end of September, on average anyways, but I've read a lot of fat books since the beginning of the year because we were still reading Wheel of Time. Harry Potter just got fat.
Harry Potter's put on some weight. And then you've also got all the Green Rider ones. They're all fat too.
I was really happy though when I drug them out the other day for show and tell.
Yeah, no, that was good.
I was really happy to find out that the print in them is not very small. It's pretty decent size. So I think they'll go by pretty quickly, even though they're 600.
Well, the first one, my edition for the first one's only 500 and something.
Oh, okay.
Because each of my books has the next book in it, a couple of chapters of the.
Oh,
so
okay.
yeah. But luckily they colour there's a border around the page, so I know where it ends. So I don't have to go looking for it.
So you don't have to dog ear it?
No. So I know where the end is. So there's only 562 in the first one. The third one is on its way. I just got notification before that it's being shipped.
Awesome.
So what I'm doing is just every couple of weeks I'm buying the books and then I'll have them here. Then it jumps from 562 to 713.
Is it the same size print in both?
Yeah,
volumes?
Same size. Yeah, it's probably a 9 No, maybe a 10 actually.
I think the 5th one is the longest, right? Like Mirror Light.
I haven't actually looked, to be honest. I've just as I've got a spare couple of bucks, I'm just grabbing them because they're $17 each,
It's
and I
hard for me to
haven't
tell
seen
without
them.
flipping through them because it's the fattest one I have.
Yeah, because I haven't seen them anywhere. Because that's why another reason why I was going to all the secondhand bookshops, and I haven't seen them there at all.
Yeah, I've never even heard of it until you read it for the book club or whatnot.
Yeah.
And then when you were talking about it, I was like, huh. And then, Crazy Coda, I found them all used. So I was like, bye, 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 bye.
Thank you. Yeah, so I haven't seen them anywhere in the bookshops here, so that's why I'm getting them brand new. So I'll just drip feed them in. And they're only $2 more for a Kindle, like $2 less for a Kindle version. So I'm like, I'll just get them physically. At least then I've got them. And Savannah will read them as well, so because she likes fantasy stuff. Yeah.
Let me know if you end up finding the last two because I couldn't find them. Well, I think they were in paper, like big paperback, but I couldn't find them in mass market, and I wanted them all to match.
Yeah, well, I haven't seen them anywhere. I haven't seen them in hardcover. I haven't seen them in mass market. I haven't seen them anywhere. So driveway's like Grand Central Station today. She's in, she's out, she's in, she's out. She's just come back again. Paul went off to sleep after got to page 42. Good night, Paul. You're probably long gone because that was like 45 minutes ago. So they're saying good night. Send a random list of awards list to Discord. Hope it opens. I will check in the next sprint and let you know. Read a chapter of Tomb of Hercules and did some medication things. Next sprint will be ears only, I think. Awesome. Getting some progress done. I finished today's chapters of Harry Potter. Started a library hold that are coming in. The Sugar Palace by Fiona McIntosh. Awesome. BBC Morning Live did another Men Are Disgusting type segment. They had to warn men to change their pillowcases to prevent
from growing on them. But you have to not change your pillowcase for a long effing time.
That's like
to grow fungus.
That's like never changing it. Ever. You bought it, you put it on, and you've left it there for evermore. That's just gross. Kitty. Everybody loves a kitty. Got to 17% of God's Grave. Awesome. Made some more progress. Also reads a lot of chunksters. Yes. Yeah, very much so. Because like with all the chunksters that you've read since last September is when you started, it wasn't it, or October?
It's November.
Oh, November. So with all the chunksters that you read, which we were reading 2 Wheel of Time books and finished it in January.
January.
Yeah, it was January. Anyway, somewhere around there, we finished them. So, and they're like the equivalent of most people's read it between, $250 and $350. They were the equivalent of like 3 books.
I know, that's why I'm like, I can do it. I can catch up with shorter books.
Yeah, we've just got to stop encouraging you to read stuff that's not on your list.
I only have one thing that's not on my list besides the NetGalley stuff.
But then you shouldn't be including the net. Yeah, the net. How many NetGalleys do you have?
Not a whole many. I think I have 4 or 5 to read, and then like 4 or 5 I'm waiting for approval. I have
you could always go in and take those, withdraw the request.
Let me see if there's any I want to withdraw.
At least then you're not going to get more put onto your thing, onto your.
Oh, well, they don't come out until like June and May.
Got to page 375. Need to get to 400 for tonight. So close, so close. Wait, what's the Kindle thing in May? Each year I do a Kindle challenge because I have Kindle Unlimited and I don't always read everything. I add heaps of stuff on my list and I do take things back off again after I've read them and then add more stuff in. So each May, because that's when my subscription started, that's why it's May. It's for no other reason except for that. And basically, whatever's on your Kindle, like what you've borrowed onto the library, your challenge is to read that down by the end of the month to 0. So you read as much as you can. We also, and Neva and I decided that we were going to do it as a readathon this year, or not a readathon, but a challenge this year for May. And so Neva's done some graphics up and all that sort of stuff. So basically, we also talked about it, and then we're going to have it for Kindle as well. So we often get, like, especially if you do stuff your Kindle day, we end up with a pile of books on our Kindle that just go there to die, basically, because they don't get added on to TBRs or anything like that. I'm terrible for it. But for me, the Kindle Unlimited Challenge is about getting value for money. So at least I know once a year I am getting my subscription back in books. And so basically I don't add anything on until the end of May, and whatever's on there, then that stays on there until I get to it again. So generally I get to those books within a couple of months of it being on there. More details will come in April. But yeah, that's the nuts and bolts of it. Basically, that's what we sort of do. And that's what I do each year. And it's a lot of fun. I've come across a number of really good authors doing it. It was where I was introduced to Colleen Hoover as well. But yeah, so technically Harry Potter is a children's book, so there are 7. Oh, speaking of Kindle Unlimited, that series that you mentioned before, Christina, that is all on Kindle Unlimited here. So if you have Kindle Unlimited, it's there, the whole series. Finished Hellbent and now need to read this NetGalley arc. What have you got? Do tell. I counted one 40-page kids book this year. Well, there you go. Because these have to be on your shelf, don't they?
Yeah, but I have kids' books. Like I have Madeline, for example, which I've never read. Mm-hmm. That's a really short. That's less than 40 pages, I'm sure.
Madeline, as in the little cartoon the Madeline?
Book.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I collect books. What can I say?
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. I've got kids' books here as well. I've got a ton of them because of Mia. Like there's a shop here that gets like, it must be the books that the bookshops send back and they get them at a discounted price. I pick them up for like $2 each. I've got a heap of books for her that we've read that have been really good. So yeah. And they're not overly big, like under 100 pages, most of them. So yeah. Bridge to Terabithia was good. I would read that again with you. There you go. You got a buddy read for it. Whip that out. Get it on the buddy read calendar. You need to put a calendar on your community tab on your channel to let everybody know where you've got a slot open for.
I should. I need to. Can I just have a calendar, a live calendar, or would I have to update the post? I'd have to update the post.
You'd have to update the post, but I suppose you could put a link. Oh, no, because that'd be too risky of people getting in there. No, you could probably put a link in to a Google Doc that no one can edit, but they can view it, and you can update it.
Oh, yeah, that's not a bad idea.
You can also do it. You can also, because you don't have a Discord, you could also, if it doesn't work there, you could also just link it, and we can just put a thing in my Discord, Coders info. Buddy reads for Coda. I mean, you're on the channel enough, so yeah, that'll work too. You could always put it there. So yeah,
yeah,
that's probably a little bit safer than just putting it out into the public. So yeah, if you want to do that, you can do that. I think you're a moderator, so you can create channels. Off you go.
Oh God.
I think you can. I don't know. I have no idea about Discord. So yeah. But I do know that the Google Docs work really well in there, and then you can have it as an edit, or you can have it as a post what buddy reads you have, and then people can see what they are, like what books you want to get off your shelf, and whatnot. What about the library, Cody? You don't have that as a thing for yours, do you?
What?
With your read with your own challenge, some people incorporate that they can check off books that they've got from the library. Or whatever it is.
No, I can't. No, because I have a library.
Yeah. When you've got lots of books,
in my house.
You still don't go to the library.
Yeah, I can't check off books from the library.
Bummer. But you can't borrow
audio from the library to go with my physical books, though.
Mm-hmm.
So, but it's okay. Like, you guys, I really need to read like some of the books that I own. Like, even after I finish the 100 challenge, I'll still have hundreds.
Yeah. Well, see, what I do for mine, I don't do the read what you own, because I do read a lot of stuff off my shelf.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, when I do a TBR, I go to my shelf and I have a look. Like, I'll keep my ear out for what other people are reading and stuff like that. And if I've got on my shelf, I'll just pull it off. I've got one shelf that's got hardly anything in it, and that's my pile of possibilities. And then I'll look at that shelf first, and I always go to my physical shelf first. Then I go to my Kindle, and I check what I've got on my physical shelf that I do have in audio, because my husband's listened to a lot of books over the years as well. And so I'll check what he's got on his. It's rare that I'll find something on my shelf that's in his, but I occasionally do. And then I check my Everend to see what I have. And then I check the Kindle Unlimited, because sometimes you can get a Kindle Unlimited book that has audio that I've got on my shelf. So I'll get the one with the audio, and then I can read it wherever I am then. And that's what I do. I start with my physical shelf, and that's where I create my TBR, because I like TBRs. And my TBR is actually, I don't just get the TBR, this is the list, I start at this book and work my way down. They're generally what I'm in the mood for at the beginning of the month, and I have quite a plethora of books that I can choose from. I don't swap anything out, and I will roll those books out. If I've pulled them out for a TBR, I'll roll them over to the next month. And that's how I get through most of my books off my shelf. I mean, of course, I've got things like massive series that have 50 books in it, like the what is the name? Nora Roberts writes in it, J.D. Robb, I think it is. And then I've also got all the Agatha Christie's as well. And then I've got a whole heap of Danielle Steele's. I slot them in every now and again because there's a whole heap of them. But yeah, and then all my big series, like Chunkster ones, like Outlander, I'm doing with you. Wheel of Time, I've done with you. That one I've done with you. Harry Potter. We just buddy read. So yeah. But do you know what I mean? Like, and that's what I do. I always go to my shelf first.
It's easy for me to go to my shelf because I have a lot of books. So to make my TBR, what I do is I go watch everybody else's TBR.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, oh, I have that book.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I have that book. I have that one too.
Oh, I don't have that one.
I drop a whole list.
Yeah. Yeah. Actually, I might do that myself, because I've got a whole shelf that's pretty much just been recommended by Brittany. That on her channel. So I should read that. Well, I've done 3 of them because that's how the Can We Trust Brittany vlog came about.
Right.
Yeah, because I was talking about doing my library in the chat. We were all talking about our books and everything. I said I could have a Brittany shelf, and that so because there's so many books on there that Brittany has talked about, and I could also have a Leandra shelf as well. So
that's awesome.
Where was I up to? Oh, here we go. Jean's going to head off to bed after the chatty bit, but leave us on the TV. Awesome. To be fair, Britain is much more humid than where I live, so it'd be less time for Britain to be like, yeah, okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Still ill. Oh, just gross. Sleep well, Jean.
Throw that pillowcase away.
Throw the man away too. We're all latching on to Nicole's personal challenge. No, it ended up turning into like Neva goes, I'll jump on that. I said, oh, well, do you want to make it a thing? So we're making it a thing because there is a lot of people looking for challenges and stuff like that because there's a pretty big readathon going on as well that not a lot of people want to do. Like they want something, but they don't want to do that sort of readathon, which is sort of like Amazing Readathon, sorry. So yeah, everybody's happy to. I'll be doing the announcement video in a couple of weeks, so most of my Kindle Unlimited books have been there since 2019. See, this is why it came up, because that's what I was doing too. I just kept forgetting to read books off there, and that's why I started doing it. So at least once a year, I'm getting value for money, and that's all I do. I just kept reading the books, and most of them have audio as well. So
I do have free books on my Kindle. Like I've never had Kindle Unlimited, but when I first got my first Kindle, which was probably back that long ago, I downloaded a bunch of just free books, mostly like smut books to try out.
You can have a Smutty May with a horror mayhem and Smutty May. Just call us barnacles. That's okay. That is fine. I'm happy to have you all jump on it. I've at least on one book on my KU that has 10 books to it. Oh, okay. So you have one book that is a 10 in the series. If that's the case, you only have to read one from the series and then you can move on. So yeah, there'll be like a little bit of, and we like Neva said we should do it for the Kindle as well. I didn't even think for people that don't have KU, because I think most people who have got a Kindle have KU in most cases, not all cases. So we've opened it up, which is good. Definitely doing the KU thing. The NetGalley book I need to read is the No Mask Murder, and expires tomorrow. Ooh, according to the app. Oh, I hate it when that happens. I told myself not to purchase books, so I have 300 books out through libraries. This still spins me out that you can get this many books out. I also have increased my ebook buying as I convince myself I'm saving space and money by not buying hardbacks. Well, no, girl math. I guess.
I mean, yeah.
So you're gonna have to do the May challenge, because is that where your books go to die as well? Like Kindle's like a resting place for books. You probably already know this, but download the ebook and you have, yeah. But don't you have to get Adobe something to get those books? Because when they deliver the books in a download, it's in an ACSM file.
It depends on if they mean expired, like the archive date, or expire from the 50 whatever days after you download.
Probably both. So
because after they archive, you can still read your downloads.
Yeah, you've got 55 days, 54 days, or whatever it is. Yeah. But when you get it, you can download a file, which is an ACSM file, and you need Adobe something editions, I think it is, where you can then open up that ACM file and you can move it to your Kindle. I haven't done it yet because I've only had 2 books that weren't able to be downloaded to the Kindle. 2 or 3 I think I've had. So yeah, there's that. Madeline was one of my favorite books when I was a kid. No, I meant maybe he could find the last 2 at the library. Oh, okay, yep.
Oh yeah, I bought them on Kindle. So I have them. They're just not
Yeah,
in mass
just not in the
market.
physical. Yeah.
Yeah, I bought them on Kindle before I started the challenge, so they all count.
Good. I always go to my shelf first too, but I don't own a lot of recent books, so I try to also use library keep. Yeah, that's fair enough. Like I when I do readathons and stuff like that, I don't really care whether it's a new release or not. Like I just go to my shelf. I have tons of it. I might as well use what I have. Um, Sweet Tea Witch Mysteries by Amy Boyles. They're 20 Cozy Mystery by 8, all on KU. Plus, I think there is another 8 pack. Wow, you've got a lot of reading to do. At least read one out of each one, and then you'll be good. Um, you can read KU without Kindle. Yeah, I have an online reader.
No, you can read it on your phone too.
Yeah, yeah. Sweet Tea one is 2 sets of 10. You got some cozy mysteries to read. Just in case neither of you haven't heard, the Butcher and Blackbird is on sale for $1.99 on
I
Kindle, I'm
can't
assuming.
find books, Jean.
Yeah, it'll go on sale again for sure. Adobe Digital Editions is which I loathe. Yeah, that's the one. So apparently that's what you need to download the files that they send um through NetGalley, and then you can move the file to your Kindle, which I was getting very frustrated because I have a couple that I'm probably not going to get to, and I need that they aren't available on Kindle. So I want to
Wow.
download them. I've got the files, but I can't put them over. So yeah, I've got to do some fluffing around in my files because there's just shish everywhere at the moment. I need to start putting them into folders and whatnot. Now, are you sticking around for another sprint, or are you heading off to bed?
I think I'm headed off to bed. Tomorrow's
Because it is
Monday
it
for me.
yeah, it is that time. So that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, I
We're
figured
only going to do one more sprint today anyway, so you won't be missing too much. That maybe 2. I don't know. We'll see how we go. Depends how much I get into this because I'm actually going to read this one in the next sprint. So see how we go. All right. Well, thank you
maybe
so much. You
look
could be
at the
passed out.
art when I lay down.
Well, thanks for hanging out with me again today. It's been
Thanks
awesome.
for having me. It's always
No
so much
worries.
fun. We're
No
almost
worries.
done with
Thank
Harry
you.
Potter, you guys.
I know we've only got this book finishes on Friday, don't we? This is the last section on Friday.
2 more sections.
2 more sections? Okay, cool.
And then but we're almost done with all the books too.
I know. We've got 2 after this. That's it. Yeah. My goodness. Wow, we are speeding through this. I love that we use the sprints to get through it. So yeah.
It works out really well too, because then it's like you don't have to balance the days in between. You can read other stuff, and it's not like a hassle or anything.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And the way we've broken it up too, it only takes a couple of sprints, maybe 3, to get through the pages, and we've got the rest of the sprints to do whatever we want. So yeah, it's good. Well, have a good sleep, and I will no doubt talk to you online at some stage.
I'm sure. Have a good night or good day. Have a good day. Everyone in the comments over here, have a good night.
Night.
Bye.
Alrighty, let me just change that to that. All right, I'm going to change my little book that I'm going to be reading because that will be the same book on Wednesday as well. So I'm going to start 8 Lives of a Century-Old Trickster by Marianne Lee, and it is a women's prize for fiction. So we're going to do an hour sprint, and I'll see you all in an hour. All right. How did we go during that sprint? Mine was a lunch sprint. So I had some lunch and then I got distracted by Voodoo, which is our new kitty for those that are new here. But I did get up to page 14, which puts me at the fifth life. So I just finished reading the prologue. Okay, this is weird. Okay, I'm going to go back and have a look at the. I've got about two paragraphs left in that first chapter. So, yeah, I'm up to the next chapter. I think I'm going to really like this book. I really like it. In that, just in what I've read already, it seems like it's going to be really interesting. So I'm hoping that it remains so. And I don't mind the writing style either. I'm reading this one with my eyeball. So I'm going to get to 20% today. I need to do 20% a day. But I usually read first thing in the morning. I don't normally read with my eyeballs until I'm going to bed and whatnot. But I might have to do a little bit extra tomorrow. So, yeah. How did everybody else go? And I had a toasted cheese and ham, onion, and cheese sandwich for lunch, which was quite tasty. Let me just see. All right. Coda got all the good nights by everybody. Oh, that's so funny. Tell job streaming to do, and they should give you personal days. That is so funny. I like your thinking. And obviously Coda did too. Just had a month off, so they're probably going to want me to work for a bit. That makes sense too. This book, like, I'm trying to concentrate, but this book is pulling me back. So I'm pretty. I'll probably burn through this pretty quickly. Now tomorrow for me is I focus on my craft channel stuff. So I've only just like sort of cleaned up everything and put everything away last week, and this week I'm back into it. So tomorrow I have a lot of filming to do. I've got to film 1, maybe 2 quilt blocks, transfer those files. I also have to film a diamond paint with me, a stitch with me, and wool felt rambles. So I've got like 5 videos that I've got to do. Those videos don't have any particular day to go up, but the diamond painting, I'm going to try and do 3 or 4 of those. So I've got a month's worth for April, and the stitch with me, I'm probably going to do the same thing as well. Just do 30-minute videos for those, and that way that'll be 4 hours basically out of my way, and I can just basically I just film and stop, then film and stop, and then I'll transfer that one over. So I've just been sort of in my mind over the weekend trying to get a schedule back in place because I've been away for so long. I'm all out of whack now. And then Wednesday is also the first part of Wednesday, because as you can see on the bottom of the screen, from 1 p.m. we are here for another reading session, and that's when I will try and finish this book on Wednesday. So we go into the night. Basically, people in the Northern Hemisphere wake up to us as well. So I think we went for 10 hours. 11 hours last week. Like, I went until I finished the book. So I'll be doing the same thing this week as well. And then Thursday, pretty much I will finish off all the editing that I need to do and all that sort of stuff. And then all those videos will get dropped onto the Patreon, and then they'll sit over there for a week before they get moved over to the main channel. And then I've also got to work out over the weekend. I have to work out what I'm doing for the magazine and all that sort of stuff. I've got to send out paperwork and all that sort of stuff. So this week I've got a 7-day week, even though I work from home. And I'm trying to keep within the confines of 9 to 5 so I can just chill out and do what I want to do at night, because I've been working into the late into the night a lot of days, and it's just buggering me up the next day. So I'm just trying to get back to that. So hopefully I will be able to do that. A good night, Jean and Coda. I've already answered this, but yeah, last sprint. I knew what you meant, but I got distracted. And Maria got to chapter 30 and it's almost midnight and went off to bed as well. Everybody's saying good night and hello. Rachel got back from church with a chicken. Yum. I decided I'm not going out because it's absolutely bucketing down. And Neralee's come home and gone back to sleep because she's had a pretty big weekend helping her dad and whatnot. And then she worked all day yesterday until 7 o'clock last night. So I'm just letting her sleep today. She'll probably annoy the crap out of me tonight when I want to go to sleep. But anyway, it's neither here nor there because I want to be in bed by about 9 o'clock tonight because I've got a big day. So I'll be starting at about, I'll get up and do my reading and everything in the morning at about 6 o'clock. And yeah. Probably got 75%, then switched to my tandem read, Empire of Storms and Tower of Dawn. Awesome. Listened to a couple of chapters of Home Going, and then the cat demanded cuddles. Thanks for the sprints, Nicole's, and thank you for popping over earlier. No worries. I also linked it, so hopefully more people went over and checked you out as well. Got the pages I needed to read for today. Awesome. And then the next chapter is only 8 pages, so I might listen to that while I'm getting ready for bed. Have just finished to go away. We'll head off in the morning. Awesome. I thought you were leaving yesterday. Did I misread that? Probably misread that. I realised I have a library audio book due tomorrow night, so I switched and finished 18%. In the Moonday Letters by Emmy, I'm not even going to try and say that, a book on the Dublin Literary Long List. Awesome. How many of those books have you read now, Jamie? You'd be getting through those for sure. Finished packing, got to page 97 of The Risk It Takes to Bloom on Life and Liberation by Raquel Willis. Awesome. Sounds like a very interesting book. I think it's interesting how the Trickster book is structured. She doesn't always tell the story chronological. That's what just confused me because I went over and I'm like, I've been reading this from the beginning. How am I at the 5th life? That makes sense now. I don't need to go back to the index and see what's going on. Yeah, because I've only got a couple of paragraphs in the prologue. So yeah. No worries, Glenda. Thank you for being here and thank you for hanging around, and see you both on Tuesday. Yes, we will be there on Tuesday. I think Cody usually goes in the comments on Tuesday because it's fairly late when I start. So to everyone, good night. Yeah, that's it. That about sums it all up. Thank you for being here. Words are hard sometimes, yeah. Like I even just struggle, and typing words is even more of a struggle. Good night to Glenda. Yes, it is. I really like the midweek sprints because I get a lot read during those long late night for me sprints. Yeah, I like it too because I do what I've got to do for the craft channel in the morning. Then I usually have something to eat, and I just had a bit of popcorn. Now it's stuck in my tooth and it's annoying me. I usually have something to eat and have a cuppa, and then I start to read. And yeah, and then at dinner time I do that 2-hour sprint as well, which is really good because that gives me time to have dinner and chit chat to the daughter and catch up on phone calls and all that sort of stuff as well. But it really helps me because I get the books that I need to read with my eyeballs, and I'm probably going to continue doing that during the year because I have a lot of ebooks. I have 9 ebooks to read for NetGalley. So the 2 that I've got that are from 2023, I probably won't get to them because I have 4 that need to be read for May. So during and I only want to do 1 a week because I have a lot of other audios to do as well. So yeah, and I've got like all the women's prize, and I organized because the women's prize for fiction it's a little bit weird in a way because I'll finish up reading the books on the week of the 8th to the 12th in April. And I have 4 books in there. 1 is a Kindle, the rest are audio, and they're fairly short books, so they're not going to take too long. And so then once I'm finished those, that video will come out, and then on the 20th of April, I'll do what I think is going to be on the shortlist, so my predictions one, and then I don't do another Women's Prize for Fiction video until the 8th of June, which will be who I think is going to be the winner. So I'm going to do that then. I'm still in two minds whether I'm going to drop it into the predictions, but I don't know. I can't really drop it into the predictions because I don't know what the 6 are going to be, but yeah. But by the time the shortlist comes out, I would have read all 16 books and I'll be moving on to other things. And I think in that time between the last video and the announcement on the 24th of April, I'll probably read those two 2023 arcs and get them out of the way. They're not very long books. One's 256 pages and I think the other one is like 310. So they're not overly big. But I'm glad that you're liking the Wednesday mid ones because between Leandra, Brittany, and myself, we have sprints going for nearly 23 hours of the day last week. So I think it was 23 because it was almost, I would have been 24 hours of sprints by 1 o'clock because I would have done 12. So I did 11 and they both did 6 each, I think it was. So yeah, it was a nice, good sprinting day. So mark your calendars. Tuesday is the sprint day. It's the sprint train. Good night. My son turned up and left today. Now grandson has arrived. So not sure what's going on. Oh my goodness. You're all over the place. Oh, because I thought you said you were going out to the open mine yesterday. That I was so jealous because like my husband has wanted to do open mining for so long. And we've just never got out there. When we retire, we'll probably do a few trips, go and have a look and whatnot. So yeah, not over much like. No worries, Chris. That document opened as well. That was fine. That worked really well. I've just transferred. I don't use Word very often, so I just copied and pasted over to a Google Doc because then I can open it up on my phone because I don't have Word on my phone. And I tend to use this as like a portable laptop for me. So yeah. I've done better with the past year's long list books since it's based the publication date for Britain. Not all of them from the 24 are available yet. Not even through libraries. Wow, that's hard. I have the same problem sometimes with the Women's Prize for Fiction. I can't get them in this country, so that's why I try to set aside some money for this, and then once the list comes out, then some of them will pop up on, like I got a few through Z Library, ebooks, and I got a couple on Everand as well. I'm just trying to think. I think I got 3 on Everand as well. So I saved a little bit of money there as well. And then I've got the rest there. So I just got to remember to put, I try to put $12, no, sorry, $15 a month away, and I didn't do that this year, but I did it the year before. So yeah, which was a pain in the backside because I had to come up with the money all at once. So I'm going to get back into that again and put the $15 a month away into the fund. And then I can just get them, which I'm probably going to have to up that to $20 a month because I want to do the Stella next year as well. So, and I mean, I can find books everywhere, but yeah, you just don't know what's going to be on the list. And I mean, none of the books except for 1, 2 that I guess, like I don't even know any of the other ones. I would do separate videos so you get, yeah, that's what I thought too. Well, I'd rather wait until the shortlist is announced, and then from that I can do my prediction video and why I think it'll get up and all that sort of stuff. It won't be a long video, but still. Tuesdays and Thursdays are an all-day sprint train, pretty much, yeah, because I start after Brittany finishes on Thursdays as well. So and then we always do really long sprints on Thursday. So yeah, which is Friday for me. Other Stella books available? Well, all of them were available on Amazon. So I did check through on my library app. They weren't available, but I didn't check them all. But I did get Inglesi, I think it is. I got that for free until the it was free on Audible. So I I grabbed it and it's sitting on my list. So it is actually getting read probably over the weekend before it goes back. So because I'll have to read it, or I might get it done this week. I don't know. We'll see how we go. But I haven't gone to the libraries yet and had a look. I did have a look on Libby, but nothing was really coming up. So yeah, but that was only like a week after it happened. But they were all available on Amazon to purchase, so they're definitely published here. And I did see Inglesi in I think that's how you pronounce it, in Dymocks. So it's possibly in a library somewhere, just not in mine. Yeah, I don't have the funds to buy many books for reading projects. I assume it will take a while to finish them all. With the Dublin long list being 70 books long. Holy shit. That's huge. That's huge. Not everybody reads them all, no. But still, like, that's a nice little, like, project for a year. Like, if you could read that, you could read that in a year for sure. That. All right. Well, we have got to the end of the comments, and as always, thank you so much for joining me today. I really do appreciate it. And we will be back on Wednesday for another reading session. It is a long session as well, and yeah, hopefully you'll be able to get lots and lots of stuff read. Just grabbed my dinner and read a chapter in my book. Awesome. No worries, hun. Not a problem. Sorry I'm not hanging around a bit longer, but yeah, Mondays I don't tend not to hang around too much. But we're back on Wednesday. So and we're in for the long haul. So I definitely will be around for you after work and everything. So let all your Kiwi friends know that want to get some reading done. And yeah. And as always, as I said, thank you very much for joining me. I appreciate you being here, everybody, and I will see you all in the next video. Bye for now.